therapy services when he was young, and then he would require special education once he got to school.
But he was able to use the restroom on his own?
Yes, he was toilet trained.
He was able to walk?
Yes.
Able to talk?
Yes.
Was he able to consume foods by his mouth?
Yes.
Did he require any sort of feeding tube?
No. Not at that time.
Dr. Grange, were you still treating Christian Ferguson in January of 2001?
Yes.
Did you become aware that something had happened to Christian on January 16th of 2001?
Yes, he came to the emergency department at Cardinal Glennon.
What time did he come to the emergency department?
I believe he arrived approximately at noon that day.
Did you speak with the defendant about what had happened to Christian?
Yes, I did.
And did you create notes of those interactions?
Yes.
Okay. And have you reviewed those notes just to refresh your memory here today?
Yes, I have.
What, if anything, did Dawan Ferguson tell you had happened to Christian in the day or two leading up to that hospitalization?
May I look at my notes?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thanks. So I was told that people in the family were having an illness associated with vomiting and other gastrointestinal symptoms. I was told, according to my note, that Christian was taking all of his medications and ate normally the day before that, which would have been January 15th. But that last evening, meaning the evening of the 15th, he had complained of abdominal pain before going to bed. And then is that what you want so far?
Did he indicate whether or not he checked on Christian at all?
He said he put him to bed and decided to keep him home from school to let him sleep. And he went to check on him at 11:15 in the morning on the 16th.
11:15 in the morning on the 16th.
That's what I wrote in my note, yes.
Is there any record of him calling you or attempting to make contact with you that day?
Yes, I wrote in my note that Father called me, and I don't know exactly what time, and then brought Christian to the emergency department at Cardinal Glennon.
Was there anything in the records or anything from your independent recollection where you told him to wait or wait to hear from you or anything like that?
Not that I recall.
Abdominal pain and things like that, if a child is feeling sick. Was Dawan Ferguson instructed by you to contact you or the hospital to check on whether or not that would need to be a hospital visit?
Yes, we wanted the parents to call us and let us know if the child was not doing well so we could decide what plan of action we should take.
Were they instructed by you in the hospital to not wait until the next day to see if it got worse?
In general, yes, we wanted them to bring him in as soon as possible if there was any concern about a developing illness.
And would this have been any sort of situation where it was, let's just wait several hours to hear from Dr. Grange, or would you have said, take him in and we'll figure it out from there?
Hold on a second.
Judge, I'm going to object to this question. It's speculative in nature.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. I think if you have something more concrete to ask for what occurred.
Sure, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Let's talk about what all happened to Christian on January 16th, 2001, and leading into the next weeks and months. Can you tell the jury about that?
Well, when he arrived at the emergency department that day, he could not be aroused. He was obtunded. He had no response to pain and no spontaneous movements.
So, yeah, stop you right there.
Yes.
By the time Christian came to the hospital around noon, he could not be aroused?
No, and my note indicates that when Dawan went to wake him up at 11:15, he had just vomited in bed and could not be aroused at that time.
Well, keep going.
Okay. So when he arrived to the emergency department, the initial ammonia was 632.
Is that considered high?
That's extremely high. The normal would be up to about 40 or 50. So then he also began having seizures in the emergency department. and was given medications, 2 different medications to stop the seizure activity. He was started on IV fluids. He was given the IV medications that we use during critical illnesses, which include sodium benzoate and sodium phenylacetate and arginine, all through an IV. He needed to be intubated, put on a ventilator, and then he was transferred to the pediatric intensive.
So my lovely wife over here was about to go get a very expensive treatment at the dermatologist. She has some.
You want to have clinical visits with Christian.
At that age, about every 3 months. When he was younger, when he was an infant, we saw him much more often, maybe even every week or 2, and then spaced out to every month. As he got older, we'd like to see him every 3 months, roughly.
In 2002 and 2003, were you seeing Christian Ferguson every 2 to 3 months?
No. Let me get my notes.
You were not?
No, he, by that time I had moved over to St. Louis Children's Hospital.
And did Christian, his care follow you there?
His care followed me after I left Cardinal Glennon. He was admitted there a few times while he was still at Rankin, Jordan. And then in...
And just so we're clear, that's still within that January to June of 2001 overall hospital. So at some times you'd go from Rankin and back.
He had to go back to Cardinal Glennon, I believe, 3 times.
Okay.
Once was related to an infection of an indwelling catheter that he had.
Okay. So let's talk about after that stay.
Okay. Then on July 5th of 2001, so he was back with his father at that time, is my understanding, according to the review of my records. He went to Cardinal Glennon with lethargy and a high ammonia level, and because I was no longer at Cardinal Glennon, they transferred him over to St. Louis Children's Hospital for continuing management.
And this is still in that July of 2001 time period?
July 2000, yes, July 2001.
Okay. When was the next time you saw Christian?
Then he came back for a follow-up visit on July 25th to see me in clinic after he had recovered from that illness.
We're still talking about the year 2001?
2001,
Okay.
right.
Did you see him anymore in 2001?
He came back in on November 15th, 2001 for another visit.
So from July till November, you didn't see him?
Right, it was about 3.5 months.
Okay. When was the next time you saw Christian after that November of 01 time period?
Then he came in on February 13th, 2002.
Okay. Next time?
Then he got admitted to the hospital from May 6th to May 9th of 2002 for an illness. So we saw him then, but it was in the hospital, not in the clinic.
All right. So we have May 6th to the 9th of 2002.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
When was the last time you saw Christian after that?
I saw him on March 6th, 2003.
So from May 6th of 2002, you did not see Christian until March 6th of 2003.
Correct.
Almost an entire year later.
10 months, yes.
And he's supposed to be seen by you every 3 to 4?
Yes.
Were letters or phone calls made by the hospital to try to schedule follow-up appointments?
Yes, he had an appointment on June 20th, 2002, after that hospitalization in May, but he did not come to the appointment. And then we sent a reminder letter on June 24th to reschedule the appointment.
Was it ever rescheduled?
No.
Let's talk about that March 6th of 2003. Who brought Christian to the hospital?
Kim Nero, his home nurse.
Was Dawan Ferguson present?
No.
Is that unusual?
Objection relevance.
Overruled. You may answer, ma'am.
Well, some of the earlier visits, Dawan had come with one of the home nurses. There was another visit where he just, let's see here. The February 13th, 2002 visit, he just came with the home nurse as well. So, yes, I mean, many times one of the parents will come with the home nurse, so the home nurse can listen to the discussion and the plan for care. So we obviously want the parent to be there.
But that March 6th, 2003, Dawan was not there.
No.
Can you tell the jury about why you insisted on that March 6th, 2003 visit?
On December 2nd, 2002, Kim Nero, the nurse, called our office and requested refills for Christian's medications. And we did that for 3 months to make sure that he wouldn't run out of the medications, but she was told that Christian was very overdue for an appointment and needed to be seen. And then that's when they made the appointment, but we didn't actually see him until March. There were some more phone calls in between Kim Nero and our dietitian as well.
Okay. So he was very overdue, so you insisted on him coming before you guys would refill prescriptions any further?
Right. We gave him a 3-month supply, but said you need to bring him in because typically we need to see a patient once a year to refill any prescription.
And that is on a more standard, healthier patient, not someone like Christian?
Right. I'm just saying in general, legally, we're supposed to see a patient, any patient, once a year in order to keep refilling their medications.
Can you describe to the jury how Christian's weight and height developed or changed from 2001, from November 15th, 2001 to June 6th of 2003?
On November 15th, his weight was 26.2 kilograms, which is about 57 pounds. When we saw him on March 6th, he was 23 kilograms, which is about 50 pounds.
So he had dropped approximately 7 pounds in that 2-year period?
It was less than 2 years, but yes.
What, if you know, what percentile was Christian on the growth chart?
On March 6th,
Yes.
3rd percentile.
Did you have concerns about, well, let's talk about Christian's height. In those 2-year periods, did Christian grow at all?
Well, the height that we marked on March 6th was below the 3rd percentile. So he had been on the 3rd percentile and he'd fallen below the 3rd percentile.
So he shrunk?
No, he didn't shrink. He just didn't grow.
Okay, so he stayed the exact same height?
Yes, according to my notes here, yes.
So let's talk about a child between the ages of 7 and 9 dropping 7 pounds and not growing at all in height. Is that concerning to you?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury why?
Well, we expect children to grow along their own growth chart appropriately. We don't want them to lose weight or just stop growing in height. That's not normal. Even though Christian was always shorter for his age, we still wanted him to continue growing along his own percentile where he had been.
And children between the ages of 7, 8, 9 typically grow quite a bit during those years, correct?
Objection, speculation, Judge.
She's a doctor that studies growth charts. I don't believe it's speculation. It's within her expertise.
Yeah, the doctor's credentials are outstanding and have been set before the jury. She's in a position to be able to answer a question like this. So it doesn't call for speculation, actually calls for a hypothesis based on her extensive experience and education. So the objection's overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you expect them to grow?
Yes,
Even children with citrullinemia are expected to grow along their own growth chart, correct?
yes,
Did you raise concerns to Dawan about the importance of refilling prescriptions timely?
yes, on occasion.
Did you instruct him of the importance and necessity of all of those medications?
Yes, I think he was well aware of that.
Were several of those medications that he was prescribed life-sustaining medications?
Yes,
Did they counteract the levels of ammonia?
yes,
And without those medications, those ammonia levels would rise?
yes, we would expect them to rise.
After March of 2003, did you ever have any more visits with Christian Ferguson?
No,
Did your hospital try contacting the Ferguson household for follow-up visits?
my notes indicate that Nancy Brody, the dietitian, spoke with Kim Nero again, or tried to speak with her in April and May and was not able to get a hold of anybody.
Did she also try to call the Ferguson household and left messages?
Yes, that was her, that she said that in her notes, yes.
And did those go unanswered?
Yes,
Dr. Grange, if a patient is experiencing those symptoms, that would mean he was entering into a hyperammonemic crisis. Would your hospital protocol have been to wait and take him in themselves or to call 911?
if he were obtunded, unable to be aroused, or showing any severe neurological symptoms like that, we would want the family to just call 911.
And did you instruct the parents of Christian Ferguson of those concerns and those necessities?
I believe they knew that over the many years that I followed him.
If Christian Ferguson had been up all night vomiting and he did not receive medical hospital intervention, how long would he be able to survive?
Without medications or nutrition or fluids, maybe 48 hours to 72 hours at the most.
If Christian Ferguson did not have his G-tube in his stomach and was moaning and his eyes were rolling in the back of his head, would that be indicative of him entering into one of those hyperammonemic states?
Yes, I would be highly suspicious that that was happening, yes.
And if those factors were present, how long would Christian Ferguson be able to survive without hospital or medical intervention?
Maybe 24 hours.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge.
You may proceed when you're ready.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, Dr. Grange, with your experience and training that you talked about on direct, you're more of an authority on citrullinemia than you would say parents, patients, or parents, nurses, or pharmacists. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And the condition of citrullinemia, it is quite rare.
yes,
And Christian had the severe forms. I think there's type 1 and type 2.
No, type 2 is actually a different genetic
Oh.
condition with a different gene involved.
Okay.
But within type 1, there is a range of severity. And Christian had what we call classic citrullinemia type 1, which presents as a newborn with a severe presentation.
And as you had testified, this is a disease to manage the ammonia in the body, correct? Is that right?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So with the disease, the ammonia levels can rise in the body, which can then cause, as we said, certain symptoms
Yes.
of citrullinemia. Okay. And when you're given the medications to manage citrullinemia, the ammonia that can build up in the body passes through the urine? Is that?
Yes, well, yes, that's true. The ammonia scavengers, like the sodium phenylbutyrate, which is the oral form of the medication that he was on, helps conjugate the excess ammonia, and that's excreted into the urine. And then the arginine that he is given helps drive the urea cycle around, past the blockage, and then more of the ammonia is excreted in the urine in the form of urea.
And in your training and experience with treating patients with citrullinemia, is their urine sometimes a bit more stronger or potent because of that?
The medication, particularly the sodium phenylbutyrate, has a very bad smell and taste.
Okay.
So that could cause an unusual odor, yes.
And again, in your experience treating patients with citrullinemia, when they're taking those types of medications, have you ever seen where a patient might have an odor because of the medications that they're taking?
Yes,
Now, with citrullinemia, it is possible to live to adulthood. Is that correct?
it is possible,
Okay. But the overall life expectancy is lower than normal.
yes.
And over your career, you've treated a total, is it 8 citrullinemia patients?
Yes, there have been 8 patients that I'm either primarily or secondarily involved with, yes, in their care, yes.
And with treating citrullinemia, I think you testified on direct, there's a regimen of medications and the special diet that you had talked about.
Correct.
Now, symptoms of citrullinemia, as you said, could be vomiting and anorexia.
If their ammonia is high, they often lose their appetite and are unable or not interested in eating. They would have decreased oral intake of formula or foods. Yes, that could happen.
Which can lead to weight loss.
It could, yes.
And were you, with your treatment with Christian, aware that he had pica, where he put things in his mouth?
My clinic note indicated that he would mouth objects,
Okay.
but I'm not aware that he ate or swallowed any of those things.
And in your experience also dealing with patients with citrullinemia, weight loss in the child doesn't necessarily mean that the caregiver did anything wrong. There could be other reasons as well, correct?
Is that a statement or
I'm
a
asking.
question?
No, it's a question. I can ask it again.
Could you rephrase
Yeah.
it, please?
In your experience treating patients with citrullinemia, if a child loses weight, that doesn't necessarily mean that the caregiver did something wrong.
Not necessarily. We want to know more about the situation. Was there vomiting, diarrhea, intolerance of the formula that the child was being given, another illness happening, or some other medical condition unrelated to citrullinemia that would cause them not to be able to gain weight?
And going to January of 2001, where Christian was sick, the coma then led to the disability. Is
Yes.
that correct? Okay. And I believe you had testified, to your knowledge, the information you were given is that there was a virus in the family, I guess a stomach virus at time.
We were told that People in the household were having vomiting and other gastrointestinal symptoms.
Okay.
Yes,
Which is a stomach virus?
could be.
Okay. And you, based on that information, you had believed that the viral infection could have caused that hyperammonemia?
That could have triggered.
Yeah.
That could have triggered his illness with the abdominal pain and then vomiting. Yes, that could have started the illness.
Okay. And based on that information that you received about what was going on at the house at that time, you didn't blame Dawan for that incident.
Objection, Your Honor, invades the province of the jury.
Yeah, that'll be sustained.
When Dawan brought Christian in for that incident in January of 2001, you didn't call the police or protective services on Dawan, correct?
I did not know.
Okay. And you and other hospital staff are mandated reporters, correct?
Yes.
Now, talking a bit about the life-sustaining medication, again, in your training and experience dealing with this disease, if a child goes a few days without the correct amount of the life-sustaining medication or too little of it, will they have a hypoammonemic episode?
Potentially, yes.
So because of that, a child with central anemia can't go weeks without the proper amount of life-sustaining medication.
That's correct.
Okay. And fair to say months?
Absolutely. Right.
They would need to be hospitalized if something happened. Well, they can't go, I'm just saying.
Could you rephrase the question? How long are you saying they would be without the medications? Months? I don't think they would be alive if they went months without the medication.
Okay. So let's talk about the G-tube. The G-tube is a way to get in nutrition and medication. Is that correct, in the body?
That's correct.
And even after the G-tube was put in, Christian was able to eat orally as well.
Yes, he was allowed to eat by mouth.
And it is possible for a G-tube to come out and be replaced.
Yes, that happens sometimes.
And you've seen it happen where children have pulled out the G-tube before?
Sometimes a child can pull it out. Yes, they could grab onto it and pull it out. That could happen.
And a child with a G-tube, with an experienced caregiver, they can put it back in.
They can be trained on how to put in a new tube, yes.
And caregivers or parents can easily do that at home if they're trained, as you said.
If they're trained, but if there's any difficulty getting it back in, they have to come to the emergency department and have it reinserted.
Okay. And G-tubes are replaced as needed, is that right?
Generally, yes.
Okay.
You know, they eventually the plastic starts to corrode, or the balloon doesn't work anymore and it needs to be changed.
And if, like you said, the plastic is cracked, the G-tube can be taken out, replaced, and then thrown in the trash.
Yes.
Okay. So pulling out a G-tube does not automatically result in death.
No.
And I believe when we were talking about needs to be put back in sooner rather than later, we're talking about the stoma.
Yes, the opening in the abdominal wall is called the stoma.
And the stoma can close quickly. Is that correct?
It can begin closing within a matter of hours.
Okay. So as you had testified about warning signs of hyperammonemia, it's sleepiness, lethargy, vomiting, staggering, and confusion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
And there were times when Dawan would call and let the staff know he's
Objection, hearsay.
That'll be sustained.
There were times when Dawan, I guess, would notice those signs in Christian and bring him to the hospital.
Is that
Same
that's a
objection, Your Honor.
statement or?
Hold on a second. That'll be, why don't you approach? second, please.
Mhm.
Thank you. All right, you may continue.
Thank you. Dr. Grange, as you said, you treated Christian from an infant from Cardinal Glennon over to Children's Hospital. And the times of your treatment with Christian, from the notes that you had, would there be times when Dawan would call to let you know he's bringing Christian to the hospital?
Yes, well, he would call and let us know what was going wrong, and, you know, would decide, yes, he needs to come to the hospital, or no, we can try this or that at home, you know, so it didn't always result in a trip to the hospital.
Okay. And if it was a situation where you asked for Dawan to bring Christian in, would you alert the emergency room department so they could get certain things set up because Christian was coming in?
We would, yes, we'd like to notify the emergency department that he's coming. He was well known to the emergency department at Cardinal Glennon because of many visits there. So generally for any patient, if I know the patient is coming to the emergency department, I like to call and alert them, particularly if it's somebody that I don't want to sit in the waiting room a long time or something like that. So yes.
Okay.
But there wasn't anything we had to get set up, really.
Well, I know with Christian, when you had to come in, if you had to take his blood, did you have to put it on ice?
For pneumonia level, there's a special procedure that needs to be followed to make sure that we get an accurate measurement of the ammonia, yes.
Okay. And also for treating someone like Christian for the ER, wasn't there a special type of IV or something like that you would use?
Not really special type of IV. We had recommendations for IV, the type of IV fluids that should be used, yes.
Okay. For a patient like Christian?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Hi, Dr. Grange. Defense counsel just asked you about the January 16th, 2001 incident where she referenced that there was a virus going around in the family. Do you remember her asking you about that?
Yes.
Okay. However, when you guys ran your tests on Christian, there was no signs of any illness in him, correct?
I don't recall that.
Now, she also indicated and asked you a question about weight loss doesn't mean that Dawan did anything wrong. It could be from other things, correct?
Objection, Judge. That's not what I asked. I said caregiver.
Sorry, the caregiver. I'll
Hold on a
rephrase.
second. I'll sustain the objection. Why don't you restate your question, please?
She asked you about how weight loss doesn't necessarily mean the caregiver did anything wrong, and she gave other reasons as to why. Do you remember her talking to you about that?
Yes.
However, in that last visit, when weight loss was a concern, did your hospital run a metabolic panel?
Yes, we did laboratory studies that day.
And were there any issues or illnesses or things on that metabolic panel that would have explained away that weight loss?
Let me just get my notes, please, for a second. We did the serum amino acid analysis, which was a standard test that we would do to look at the amino acid levels in the blood, and they were not showing. I mean, they were showing elevated citrulline, which was normal for him, which would be like that all the time. Other markers of more prolonged hyperammonemia, like an elevated glutamine level, was not there. The glutamine was in the normal range.
So nothing that would have explained that weight loss for something other than not getting his food.
Well, we also did like a CBC with DIF to look at blood counts. We did a comprehensive metabolic panel to check for liver problems, electrolyte abnormalities, or any sign of kidney dysfunction. Those came out normal.
And you had mentioned earlier about how a child could have a decreased appetite and therefore would not want to take in oral food. Do you remember her talking to you about that?
Yes.
However, Christian had a G-tube, which is how he received most of his nutrition, correct?
That's correct.
If there were nurses or somebody that was providing medication and nutrition for about 40 hours a week, and we don't know what's happening the rest, but he is receiving medication during that time period, would that be enough for Christian to essentially limp along without needing hospital stays?
Judge, I'm going to object. This is a speculative in nature question.
Well, I'm going to, I'll sustain the objection, maybe restate your question as to degree of medical certainty in those terms, please.
Yes, Your Honor. If a patient like Christian was receiving the proper medication and nutrition for at least 40 hours a week, but not necessarily for the rest of it, in your medical opinion, would it be possible for him to be able to keep going, but the ammonia levels would not necessarily rise to the degree that it would require a hospital stay?
That's possible, yes.
And one last question. In the days and weeks after Christian was reported missing, did anybody contact you about him being admitted to any hospitals or doctors or anything like that?
No.
And if Christian Ferguson had been presented to a hospital, would it have been common practice for them to notify his geneticist?
Yes, if they knew who it was, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Any recross?
No.
No. A witness may be released, Ms. Legend?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, doctor. You may step down. Have a good day. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we just take a short break? Before you begin, the court again reminds you of what you were told at the first recess of the court. Until you retire to consider your verdict, you must not discuss this case among yourselves or with others, or permit anyone to discuss it at your hearing. You should not form or express any opinion about the case until it is finally given to you to decide. Do not do any research or investigation on your own about any matter regarding this case or anyone involved with the trial. Do not communicate with others about the case by any means. And then finally, do not read, view, or listen to any newspaper, radio, electronic communication from the internet, or television report of the trial. And I assume it goes without saying you've already disabled those newsletters. So have a good break. We'll get you back as soon as possible. Thank you.
All right, please.
All right, thank you. You all may be seated. All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Schlesinger, the state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Santana Contreras.
All right, thank you. Come on in, ma'am. Welcome. You just come right up here for me, please. Raise your right hand when you get up here. I'll swear you, okay? You do solemnly swear that the information you are about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, self you got. I'm sorry. All right, thank you. Go ahead and have a seat here in the witness chair to make yourself comfortable. You're settled in if you just spell your name for my report.
Santana.
Do you need some water or anything, ma'am? No. All right. If you would just scoot up to make sure the microphone, we can hear you clearly, and Ms. Schlesinger, you can begin when you believe you are ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Contreras.
Hello.
Safe to say you're nervous about being here today?
Yes.
All right, if you need to take a break at all, just let me know, okay?
Hi.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Santana Contreras,
And what state do you currently live in?
Arizona.
Ma'am, if you would, could you maybe scoot up and just speak up a little bit for us? I'm having trouble hearing you.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Thank you, ma'am. All right, you may continue.
Thank you. At some point, did you live in St. Louis, Missouri?
Yes.
And I want to draw your attention back to 2004. Do you know somebody by the name Dawan Ferguson?
Yes.
And do you know somebody by the name Monica Ferguson?
Yes.
How did you know Monica Ferguson?
I worked with her at the Avenue store.
And what is the Avenue?
It's a plus-size women's store.
And where is it located?
Clock Tower Plaza.
And what was your connection to Monica at the Avenue? You said you worked together. Were you coworkers or something else?
She was my assistant manager.
And was there anyone else that worked at the store as well?
Sonia,
And who was Sonia?
the manager.
At some point, did you become friends with Monica?
Not right off, but we did.
Eventually, you became friends.
Yes.
How long did you work at the Avenue?
For some months.
And did you ever see Dawan Ferguson at
Yeah.
the Avenue?
Yes.
What would he be doing there?
Sometimes in the parking lot, sometimes walking around.
When he was inside the store, what would he be doing?
Walking around.
Was he buying anything?
No.
Was he talking to anyone?
No.
And other times you said he would be in the parking lot?
Yes.
Did you go by a different name at that time?
Yes.
What was your name at that time?
Cherie Douglas.
And at some point, did you have your name changed?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about what it changed to Santana Contreras then?
Yes.
When your relationship with Monica went from coworkers to friends, did you see her outside of work ever?
Yes.
Did you go out to drinks? Did you go to each other's homes? Or can you tell the jury a little bit about that?
I went out once with them, and then they came to my home a couple times.
When you went out to them, was this to a bar, a restaurant, or something else?
It was to the bar when we went out.
At any point, did Dawan and Monica approach you about any sort of relationship status?
Objection, Judge, based on defense pretrial motions.
Right, and that will be overruled. Your objection can run throughout the questioning.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. You may want to re-ask the question.
At some point, did Dawan and Monica approach you about some sort of relationship status?
Monica did.
Monica did?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that relationship?
To become like a part of their relationship.
Like a poly relationship?
Yes.
When you were out to drinks with Monica and Dawan, did you talk to both of them?
More her than him.
Was he present and around?
Yeah.
At some point, you had mentioned earlier that they would come to your house. Why would Monica come to your house at certain points?
To pick up clothing.
And is this in relation to the avenue?
Yes.
Okay. So, would you take clothes from the store to your house and she would pick them up or something else?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you, well, let me ask you this. When you met Monica and Dawan Ferguson, did you at that point make the connection to what had previously been reported on the news as it related to Christian Ferguson?
No.
Okay. Had you heard about the disappearance of Christian Ferguson?
When it first happened.
And was that from the news or something else?
I think it was the news or word of mouth. I don't remember.
At some point, did you make the connection between Christian Ferguson and Monica and Dawan Ferguson?
At some point, but it wasn't on my own.
Sorry?
It wasn't on my own, but at some point I did.
And what do you mean by that?
When it was kind of like I didn't know anybody's last name, but as we got to know each other and conversation started, then I kind of knew what the conversation with them was. I kind of put two and two together.
Okay. And at that point, was it just that Christian Ferguson had been reported missing?
No.
Okay, was it something else?
Well, at that time I didn't know it was Christian Ferguson. I just knew it was a boy.
Okay.
Or a stepson of Monica's.
So you knew a stepson of Monica's was missing.
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you talk with Monica and or Dawan about Christian?
Yes. Oh, well, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was this conversation first with Monica or with Dawan?
Monica.
Can you tell the jury how the conversation with Monica led to talking about Christian?
Basically, she would, make comments. I still didn't know it was Christian. She would make comments about having to give, being responsible for a kid's medicine or whatever the case may be, and she felt that she wasn't responsible for that and that he should be responsible. And it was kind of like a back and forth.
So she felt that she shouldn't be responsible for Christian. It should be
His
Dawan.
dad.
Okay.
Yes.
And at this point, you didn't know it was Christian Ferguson?
No.
Just-
there was no names mentioned. I didn't know any of Monica's kids.
At some point, did you have a conversation with Monica about Christian receiving his medications?
Well, not specific as medications, but we had a conversation because my son is ill as well.
Okay. And what was that conversation about?
Basically, again, that about the back and forth of her not feeling like that was a duty of hers to administer anything or even to care for, his kids, because she felt that, it was being put on her and it was his responsibility. And I explained to her that I had a son that had fatal prone asthma and he was on life support and been through the same thing. So kind of the child needs that.
And did you kind of just relate with her about the difficulties of a special needs child?
Yes.
At some point, was there a conversation between you and Monica where Dawan also became involved?
Yes, it was I and Monica first, and Dawan was outside, and he came in.
So Monica was in your apartment first, and then subsequently Dawan also came in?
Yes.
And before Dawan came in, were you and Monica talking about Christian or the
Yes.
household?
Yes.
And when Dawan came in, what was the conversation like then?
He kind of came in. I asked him, did he want something to drink? And I don't know what he and Monica were talking about, but it was kind of like when I came back in the room, like I knew, and they were looking at each other, and that's when, I was included.
Were they arguing at all?
No, not arguing, just more or less having a conversation that that there was some type of tension.
And was the conversation between the two of them in regards to Christian?
Yes.
At some point, you indicated that you became a part of that conversation.
Yes.
what happened next?
I was so nervous. It was almost, Monica, I remember her saying she knows, or whatever the case may be, that she discussed something with me,
And that was directed to Dawan?
yes.
Okay, so Monica told Dawan, she, referencing you, knows.
Yes.
Okay, what happened next?
Like I said, I went in the kitchen to get something to drink, and they were kind of discussing something between each other. And I really can't remember the details of how it began, but that's when he made a statement of how his stepfather was a powerful man, and basically that the boy was deceased before the date that the call was made, and that the body was buried. Well, the stepfather helped. I don't know if he helped, but the body was put in a foundation of a house that had something to do with the stepfather.
All right, so we're going to take a step back and we're going to kind of walk through this a little bit.
Yeah, because I'm nervous.
Okay, that's okay. So you have a conversation with Monica and Dawan. It starts with Christian. At some point, Dawan makes these statements to you, and he began talking about his stepfather.
Yes.
And what exactly did he say about his stepfather?
That he was a man with a white man with a lot of money, and he held a lot of power. It was almost like he was arrogant, like, you know, that I can get away with anything, and that my stepdad will bail me out.
And then he makes reference to Christian, and correct me if I'm wrong, I thought I heard you say that Christian was deceased before he made the call.
Yes.
And when you talk about call, what is that in referring to?
The call from the payphone saying that he was missing.
And then you made reference a moment ago about how Christian was buried in the foundation of some property
Yes, that had something to do with the stepfather.
that had something to do with the stepfather.
Because he owned, I don't know if he was a landlord or if there were some houses being, you know, constructed, but he had something to do with some houses, and that was,
They never told you the location.
no.
Okay. You just knew it had something to do with foundation, construction, and his stepfather.
Yes.
Ms. Contreras, at any point did Dawan, in this conversation, talk about his ex-wife, Theda?
Yes.
What did he say about her?
I actually didn't know her name because it was never mentioned, that her name was never mentioned. It was basically, he referenced her in derogatory terms, like everything out of her name, but with her natural born name.
How did you feel after you heard these statements?
Terrified.
And shortly after, well, let me ask you this. Did you ever see Dawan and Monica again after that conversation took place?
No. No.
Did you go back to working at the Avenue?
No.
After hearing this conversation between Dawan and Monica, did you continue to live in St. Louis?
No.
Did you move out of state?
Yes.
Did you ever call the police about this?
No, I was terrified
And why were you terrified?
because people had just admitted to me a heinous act, basically, and I didn't know what they were capable of. If they were capable of that, you know, I was a single mother with a son, so, and they knew where I lived, so, yeah, I was too scared.
How long after you had heard these statements did you move from St. Louis? Was it days, weeks, months?
It was so long ago, but I'm thinking within the next week or so.
And you have changed your name, correct?
Yes.
Was any of the reason for changing your name in relation to Dawan Ferguson?
Yes.
And did you use other reasons to change your name legally But was that the real reason?
No.
That may have been confusing. What, did you use a personal reason to change your name?
I used a personal reason, but that wasn't actually the reason why I changed my name.
And what was the real reason why you changed your name?
Because they knew my name and they had disclosed something to me that I could be found, anywhere. So I wanted to make sure that I got as far away from St. Louis and nobody would know the name Cherie Douglas.
Did you know that Dawan Ferguson was a bounty hunter?
No, I had no clue of his profession or anything. I didn't know anything about him other than speaking to him and what he looked like.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
So, Ms. Contreras, you worked at the Avenue at Clock Tower Plaza, was it 2003 or 2004? 2004, okay. And how long did you work at that avenue?
I don't know specifically, but I know it was like 4 months or so.
Okay. And while you worked there, you started working there after Monica did? Like Monica worked there first and you came?
I believe so. When I started, I didn't see her at first, so I'm thinking she was employed before, but we just didn't work the same shift together because I was training.
Okay. And around March of 2004, you moved to Wichita, Kansas with your second husband?
Yes.
Okay. And then you moved back to St. Louis for about a year?
Yes, if that. I don't think a year though.
And then you moved to Arizona in October of 2008?
Yes. Well, it was more or less August or somewhere like that.
In 2008?
Yeah.
Now, Monica was someone that you worked with, correct? Okay. You had never been to Monica's house?
No.
Okay. And you didn't meet the kids?
No.
Okay. And you testified on direct that you and Monica were friends?
Co-workers or associates. I didn't know Monica like that. I only knew her from working.
Okay. So you didn't know Monica or Dawan well at all?
No.
All right. And you claim that you hung out with them 3 times outside of work?
Yeah.
And
Well, once, and then they came over to my house a couple of times to get the clothing from my house.
does that say 3 times? Once not at your house, and then 2 times at your house?
Yes.
Okay. And those were the only times that you hung out with Monica outside of work?
The only times.
And you didn't even know Monica's last name?
No, I did not.
And she didn't have your phone number?
No.
And you had testified on direct that you had a manager at the Avenue named Sonia?
Yes.
Okay. Was it Sonia Willis?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't remember, but yes, that's her name.
Okay. When you were told this confession, did you tell anyone?
No. No.
So you're saying you didn't tell anyone about this confession at your
No.
testimony today?
Not right up front, no.
Okay. But you did eventually tell someone shortly after?
Yes.
Okay. And you told Sonia?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I told her about, there was a sexual harassment situation that went on in line with that as well. So I spoke to her with that. And because those 2 things were working hand in hand, I felt close enough to Sonia to disclose that as well.
Okay. So your testimony here today is that you did tell Sonia that Monica and Dawan confessed to murder to you?
I won't say that I disclosed that much, but I will say that I spoke with Sonia about it. I don't know. I can't remember the details. It was so many years ago.
Do you remember back on June 9th of 2022 where you were on Zoom for a deposition with me?
Yes.
Okay. And you were sworn under oath, to tell the truth. And I was present and Mr. Schlesinger was as well?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to...
Thank you.
may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you the deposition here, page 82, that goes into page 83. I'm going to read it and follow along. Can you hear me?
I think you need to speak up or share the microphone.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I asked you, now you told...
Your Honor, I'm just going to object. This is improper. She needs to be able to read it herself first.
That's
All right, that's fine. Yeah, what, Ms. Steele, if you'll just show her the page and line numbers.
Yeah.
Ms. Steele, why don't you, if you'd like, you can take the copy at the podium and then maybe...
I have one here.
Okay. And if you'll just highlight the page and line number and then read from it, and we'll see if she agrees with that's what it says. Ma'am, do you see the page
Yes.
and line number? All right, could you pull that microphone back closer to you? Okay.
So,
Steele, go ahead.
yes, Just Judge. On page 82, starting at line 19, I said, okay, so you told Sonia and you told Avenue Corporate that 2 people confessed to killing a child to you. Yes. Okay. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, but it is.
Hold on a second, ma'am.
Oh.
It was yes or no?
Oh, yes.
She did read it correctly. All right, you may
Yes.
continue.
Thank you. And then if you go to page 83, line 14, you see that?
Are you saying line 14 on 83, that's the answer? Is the preceding question?
Yes. So we go up to line 10, or I mean, I can read it all the way through 82 down if it makes sense. I just don't want to.
Well, is there something in particular you want
Yes.
to highlight? And what would that be? Is it on line 17 of page 83? Where are you?
Yes.
Okay.
And so, and again, I
Hold on
just.
1 second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. So, ma'am, do you see that page 83, line 17?
Yes.
Okay, so Ms. Steele is going to read from the deposition, and if you'll just read along and confirm whether that's what it says, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
And I said, again, I just want to be clear. You told Sonia and Avenue Corporation or Avenue Corporate that Monica and her husband confessed to a murder to you. Well, Dawan did. I mean, Monica, yeah, I don't know what her position was. But yeah. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you read it correctly.
Thank you. You had said on direct about Dawan coming into the store, correct?
Yes.
And that he would bring Monica to work, and then he would sometimes hang out in the store. All right. And,
Is that a yes?
Yes. Oh, sorry.
That's
okay.
fine.
And you said it made you uncomfortable.
Yes.
Okay. And in these 3 conversations that you had with Dawan and Monica, the first one you said was at a bar where you got drinks.
Yeah, but not like we were inebriated. I don't drink like that.
Okay. And this was the talk about adding you to their relationship?
Yeah, like a poly situation.
Okay. And they didn't really talk about Christian in that conversation?
No, not first conversation.
And they didn't talk about killing Christian at that first meeting?
No.
Okay. And then the second meeting with the three of them, or the two of them, was at your apartment?
Yes.
And that was a couple of weeks later?
Yes.
And even though they had asked you to consider being in a relationship with them, you hung out with them again?
Well, she came over to my house to get clothing. That's how that is. It
Right,
wasn't
and
to
you-
hang out or anything. She just came to get clothing, and while she was in there, she would talk a little bit.
Okay. So she stayed a little bit.
Yeah, but
Okay.
it wasn't very long.
And you said here today that Dawan said in this confession that the stepfather was a powerful man, boy was dead before date of the phone call. And you would actually, do you remember talking to Ron Goldstein in this investigation?
Yes, that was
Okay.
a couple years ago. But
Yeah.
yes, but-
And you told Ron Goldstein that Dawan had said that the boy was dead for 2 days before, but not at least a week.
That was my assumption. I didn't know. That was my assumption.
Again, do you remember the deposition that we had?
Yes.
I'm going to get it. Page 68.
Ms. Steele, does the witness have the whole deposition?
I'm gonna give her.
Take that to her. Okay, you may approach and give that to her when you're ready. You said page 68?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Actually, page 67, line 22 down to 25. Read that.
All right. Do you see that, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. So Ms. Steele, let me ask you next question.
I'm going to read it.
That's what I meant, yeah.
So I asked, I'll say the question again. Do you recall telling Ron that it was either a couple of days, less than a week, that he was already dead? And your answer was yes. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask for context that she continue reading to line 8 of the next page.
And I would, I don't know if that's an objection, if it is overrule it, you'll have an opportunity on redirect to visit with the witness again.
And after that conversation, this confession that you say you were told, you never had any interaction with Dawan or Monica again, correct?
No.
And after they told you this alleged confession, Dawan never threatened you,
He had no communication with me.
but he never threatened you after he told you this confession, right?
No.
Okay. Because as you had told me in the depot, if he had threatened you, you would have called the police so fast.
I would have, but like I explained to you in a deposition as well.
No, what I'm asking you is, you had said if Dawan had threatened you, you would have called the police
Oh.
so fast.
Hold on 1 second. Is there a particular part of her deposition she said that?
Yes.
Well, then present it to her and we'll see if that's what it says, okay?
Page 30.
And Your Honor, just going forward, I would ask that the witness be allowed to finish her answer rather than being cut off when Ms. Steele doesn't like the answer.
All right, I understand. So let's just move along here. Let's get to page 30, did you say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. see page 30 in the lines that
Yes, sir.
were pointed out? All right, so Ms. Steele, if you want to go ahead and read that, then ma'am, you will confirm or deny that
Okay.
it says that, okay? All right, go ahead, Ms. Steele.
Thank you. I said, had Dawan ever threatened you when you had encounters with him? No, I would have called the police so fast. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
But you didn't call the police when you're told this confession that they killed a child, correct?
No, I didn't.
Even though you were not threatened, you still chose not to call the police at all.
No, but I was terrified.
You actually have a police officer that's a member of your family, correct?
Yes.
Sergeant Bartlett?
Yes.
And you knew Sergeant Bartlett back in 2004?
I actually did it at the time.
I'm sorry?
My mom wasn't married to his cousin at the time, I don't think.
So your testimony here today is that you didn't know Sergeant Bartlett back in 2004?
I really don't know if I knew him then or not, but yeah, I want to say my mom and his cousin got married, possibly, because they were married then.
So now you're saying you do remember
Yes.
that Sergeant Bartlett was part of your family in 2004?
Yes, but he was somebody that I didn't see every day, somebody that was around me every day, nothing.
Your mom knew him. He was a family member, right? Married into your family?
Yes.
And your mom knew Sergeant Bartlett?
Yes.
And you knew that Sergeant Bartlett knew your family?
Yes.
And you didn't tell Sergeant Bartlett about this confession?
But at that time, my mom didn't even know.
You yourself did not tell Sergeant Bartlett about this confession.
No.
As a matter of fact, you didn't call law enforcement at all about this confession.
No.
You didn't say anything when you moved to Kansas. You didn't call the police in Kansas.
No.
You're far away from here, no fear. You didn't call the police.
No fear, that's not true.
Dawan and Monica did not have your address when you moved to Kansas, correct?
They did not have my address, correct?
So you didn't call the police when you moved to Kansas.
No. And I've lived in fear until the last 2 years. I've been in fear.
You moved to Arizona in 2008.
Yes.
Dawan and Monica did not have your address, correct?
Exactly.
They did not have your phone number,
Exactly.
and you did not call the police.
But I don't know how the legal system is set up like that. I didn't know what to do.
You didn't call the police.
No, I didn't.
Okay. You didn't know what to do when someone confesses murder to you?
What I-
Objection, argumentative and badgering at this point.
Overruled, it's cross-examination. Why don't you restate your vote?
Someone confessed murder to you of a child, and you didn't know what to do about that?
What I did do was try to reach out to the boy's mom.
But not the police.
No, I didn't know what to do. I've never been in this situation before.
And that was back in 2004 that you were told this confession, right? And you didn't change your name until 2014.
Right. But my last name was changed.
You changed your first and middle name in 2014.
I got married in 2004, so my last name changed.
Your first and middle name change was done in 2014,
Correct.
over 10 years from when you got this alleged confession, correct?
Yes.
Now, you had testified that you had heard about Christian Ferguson on the news, correct? When it happened?
Yeah, I can't quite remember if it's on the news, but I saw it somewhere briefly. I wasn't studying the situation.
And you testified on direct that it was something dealing with the dad using a payphone, is what you saw on the news?
Yes.
Okay. And you reached out to the mother, Theda, on Facebook, correct?
Yes.
And you had,
Well, actually, I didn't.
you reached out to a mutual friend of hers
Yes.
on Facebook. So you and Theta had mutual friends on Facebook.
Yes.
And then, after you reached out to Theta, you had a phone conversation with her. Is that correct?
Brief phone conversation, yes.
And that conversation was not recorded.
No.
And there are no other witnesses to that phone conversation besides yourself and Theta, correct?
No.
And you told her in that phone conversation that Dawan had been saying bad things about her.
Yes.
And you told her that Dawan would insult her and say mean things about her.
That's in line with the first question, yes.
And you were talking about a conversation that you said that you had with Dawan maybe 15 years prior.
Yes, but I didn't go into too much because Theta, told me that she was going to put me with somebody to speak with.
And you told her that her son was deceased in that conversation.
Yes.
That had to have been shocking to her. Was it not on the phone?
Yes, but there was no remote. Yes, the conversation lasted for 2 minutes. We weren't on the phone discussing everything that was said to me. I briefly told her a few things, just enough for her to get me in contact with somebody to speak with them because I had looked for her for years before I left St. Louis.
And so when you tell her on the phone that you know that her son is dead, wasn't this an emotional, dramatic conversation?
No, I wouldn't say it was emotional and dramatic. I would say that she held her composure very well. She listened to what I had to say, and she said, you know what, I will have somebody to contact you. And that was the end of our conversation. It was maybe 2 minutes.
And when you told her about Dawan saying bad things about her, did she seem surprised by that?
She never made any comment.
And in that conversation, she tell you bad things about Dawan?
In our conversation, I said more than Miss Theta did.
And in that phone conversation with Theta, you talked about this theory that Dawan had hidden Christian's body in a construction site.
I never said anything about a construction site. I've always said what he said, a foundation of a house.
And Theta told you in this conversation about Dawan's stepdad.
Can you say that again?
In your conversation with Theta, she told you about Dawan's stepfather.
I don't know if that was discussed, but I don't remember. I really don't remember.
And she had Ron Goldstein call you?
Yes, he called. Our conversation lasted about 2 minutes, and within the 5 minutes of us being off the phone, Mr. Goldstein called me.
And when he called you, you gave him this story.
I told him what I knew.
And that's how you became a witness in this trial?
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor.
To me.
Hi, Ms. Contreras.
Hello.
Ms. Steele was reading portions of your transcript from the deposition. Do you remember her doing that?
Yes.
And at one point I said how it was not being provided in proper context?
Yes.
Because when she asked you about it being a couple days or less than a week that he was already dead, you then continued to say, but I know, like I said, specifically he was dead before the initial call that was made, saying that he was missing. Did Dawan Ferguson tell you a specific set of days, or was that your assumptions?
No, like in the deposition, I said, like I said, that was my assumption.
Okay. In that conversation with Dawan, did he make statements to you about Christian and his medication?
It was more or less a conversation between me, him, and Monica when they were talking about who should be giving him the medicines, who shouldn't be. It was kind of like that, a back and forth between them.
During that conversation that you overheard between him and Monica, were they discussing about how Christian was not receiving his medications?
Yes.
And when we had talked earlier about the conversations, the things that he was saying about Theta to you, did he make any reference between Theta and her children?
No. Well, I'm nervous. I really don't know how to answer it, but there was really no reference, but I could tell that, I can't remember the exact words. But yeah, she was all type of derogatory terms, and basically because Christian was a special needs child that needed more, attention and more time, that Christian was focused on more because of his need, and Theta's relationship with Christian was closer than the other child.
And did he make any statement about him and Christian as it related to the impact that would have on Theta?
Yes.
What did he say?
Her. Yeah, this would be a way to get back at her.
And you indicated earlier, when Miss Steele was questioning you, you said something to the effect of, my mom didn't even know at that point. Do you remember saying something like that?
Yes.
Did you write any sort of letter to your mother?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury about that?
Because my mom is one of these people that, I couldn't go to her with something like this because she would freak out and she would tell everybody. And I'm from St. Louis. I'm born and raised here. I have to live here. So I didn't know if she told somebody, who else would find out. But what I did was after they confessed to me, I wrote my mom a letter letting her know that before I left Wichita, that if anything happened to me, what they told me and who did it.
And you doing okay?
Yeah.
And Miss Steele questioned you a lot about the delay and was questioning your fear. Now, she asked if he had ever threatened you. Was anything happening during this time period in St. Louis that continued on in Wichita that you in your mind had attributed to Dawan and Monica?
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury?
At the time that, Monica was coming to me about the poly relationship, I started receiving gift bags on my apartment door. I would get home and my neighbor would be like, somebody left something on your door, but I didn't get to see who it was. And when I would open up the bag, it would be like lingerie and sex toys and things like that. And when I left St. Louis and went to Wichita, I was there for a couple months because my husband was in the Navy, a Navy recruiter. And the same thing was happening in Wichita. I would go out to my car and there would be roses and bags and stuff on my car to the point where me and my husband were getting into it.
And did that contribute to the fear you had of the defendant?
Yes.
Ms. Steele was making implications with you about you having mutual friends with Theta and was alluding that there was something more. When you reached out to Theta on Facebook, did you just click on her page and see who out of all your friends you might have had in common with?
No, that would be ludicrous because if I clicked on her page, I would be in contact
sorry.
with her. What I did was, the way I knew that, from what I knew, that he was still free, not incarcerated. So I was scrolling down Facebook one day and I saw his picture. I scrolled back up and was like, whoa, I know this face, I know this person. So what I did was, before I left, I tried going to different places that Thea was at, but it was like we would always miss each other. So I didn't want to contact her directly because I didn't want to scare her or have her to think, something negative. So what I did was, I found out I seen people like kind of posting things about, praying for her and things of that nature. So I went to a friend that I knew really good to see if he knew her. And I sent him a message and said, hey, do you know her personally? Because if he just knew her, I wasn't going to say anything. And he said, yeah, I know her personally, and what do you need? And I said, well, could you just send her a message and tell her to contact me?
You had never spoken with her. You did not have any sort of friendship or relationship with her at all prior to
I
that.
didn't even know what she looked like.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. Recross.
Yep. Regarding these gifts that you said you received in Wichita, those gifts didn't have a name on them, correct?
No, but it was the exact same thing with the exact same cards with the exact same handwriting.
There was no name of Monica or Dawan on the
No.
gifts that you received.
No,
And as you had testified, Monica and Dawan, you did not give them your address in Wichita,
no,
and they did not have your address in Arizona.
no.
And about this letter that you said that you wrote your mom, when speaking with Ron Goldstein the first time, you didn't mention anything to him about a letter. Remember that?
Right.
And why didn't you mention that letter to him in the first conversation?
Because it's been so many years and my mom has moved, I had moved, I wanted to make sure that my mom still had the letter.
And in that first conversation with Mr. Goldstein, he had asked you whether you had any written proof of what you were saying, correct?
I mean, that deposition was so long, when I talked to Ms. Goldstein, it was so long ago, I can't confirm or deny, because it was so long ago.
And when you had spoke with him that first time, he specifically mentioned examples like a diary or a letter. Remember that him saying that to you?
I mean, it's been so long, it's been like a couple years ago, so I don't quite remember.
So when he asked you to look for something like that, you said you might have something written down because of the sexual harassment thing that was going on.
Again, the way that you're answering the question, I don't quite remember, the conversation going like that, but it could have been possible.
Okay. And you're saying that you wrote this letter in 2004.
Yes.
And you claim that your mother found this envelope and a letter somewhere in her house.
No, I handed it to my mom, and I told her not to open it up if something happened to me, you open this letter up and you read it.
That's what I'm saying. Your mom has been holding on to this letter in an envelope for over 15 years.
Yes.
Okay. And is the house in St. Louis?
Yeah, my mom hasn't lived anywhere but St. Louis.
So you had your mom, who lives in St. Louis, send the letter to you in Arizona?
I
And-
actually came and got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you emailed it to Ron
Yeah.
instead of giving him the actual letter?
At that time, I wasn't really, we had just known each other, so I wasn't really in contact with like that, but I think I came like on a one-day visit flight here for a death or something, and I got it from my mom, and I didn't have time to give it to him, so I just told him that I would send it to him once I got back.
So you didn't open this envelope in front of the police or Ron at all?
No,
And you didn't give this envelope to Ron or the police at all?
no,
You just sent him a copy of a letter
Yes.
that you claimed was in a sealed envelope?
it wasn't a sealed envelope.
Nothing further.
Thank you. All right, witness may be released, Ms. Schlesinger.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you may step down. Thank you. All right, do you have, does the state have any other evidence or witnesses?
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Schlesinger, other than working with counsel and the court to go over to make sure, the exhibits you wanted admitted have been admitted, does the state have any other evidence?
No, Your Honor. At this time, the state rests.
All right, thank you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is now we're going to take a break, our lunch break. It is 11:17. I'm going to get this out of the way because I messed up yesterday. I didn't tell you what time to come in today, so I'm aware of that. So I'm going to have you all come back at 12:30. Well, I'm sorry, make it 12:45 just to be safe. Give you a little extra time for lunch. So 12:45. We'll go from there. And so at this time, court again reminds you what you were told at the first recess. Don't discuss this case among yourselves or with others. Don't permit anyone to discuss it in your hearing. Don't form or express any opinion about the case until it's finally given to you to decide. Don't do any research or investigation on your own about any matter regarding this case or anyone involved with the trial. Do not communicate with others by any means about the case, and do not read, view, or listen to newspaper, radio, electronic communications from the internet, or television report of the trial. And I just want to reiterate that the state is rested. We still have work to do here, so do not, make any decisions about this case, form any opinions, or talk to anyone, okay? So enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back in the jury deliberation room at 12:45, and I'll do my best to get you right out, okay? Thank you.
All right.
What job will ZipRecruiter help you discover? Find out at ZipRecruiter.com.
What do you want?
Want a job that I don't hate.
Good afternoon, man. Welcome. Come on in. How you doing today? I'm fine, thank you. Just raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the information you're about to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, thank you. It's good to have a seat there. Make yourself comfortable, and you can see that you just really thanks.
My name is Sonia, S-O-N-Y-A, Burden, B-U-R-D-E-N.
Okay. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Could you state your name for the jury, please?
Sonia Burden.
And, ma'am, could you scoot up a little closer and move the microphone closer to you? Thank you.
Sonia Burden.
Thank you. And Ms. Burden, back in the year 2003, where were you employed?
I was employed at the Avenue Women's Clothing Store
Okay. And how long had you been employed by the Avenue?
for 2 years.
And which location did you work at?
Well, I worked at several locations, but Northwest Plaza, Creve Coeur, St. Charles Rock Road, and the last one was the Clock Tower.
And how long did you work at the Clock Tower location?
About 7 months.
And when you worked there, did you work with someone by the name of Cherie Holder?
Yes,
And did you work with someone there by the name of Monica? I think she went by Bloomfield at
that's
the time.
correct. Yes.
And how long did you work with Cherie Holder?
About 4 months, 4 or 5 months. I hired her. So, yeah, about 4 or 5 months.
And how long did you work with Monica?
November 2003 until July of 2004.
Okay. And what was your title at the store?
I was the general manager.
And what about Cherie Holder?
A part-time associate.
And Monica?
She was my assistant manager.
And would you see or hang out with Cherie Holder outside of work?
Only about 2 occasions.
And what about Monica?
No.
Did Monica have transportation to the store?
She was picked up and dropped off by her husband,
And who was her husband at the time?
Dawan.
And did you know Dawan?
No.
Okay. And when she would get dropped off and picked up at the store, would Dawan sometimes come in?
No.
Would there be occasions where Dawan would be in the store for hours?
No. He would sometimes drop off lunch to her, but he would come and go.
There has been testimony here that sometime in 2004, you had a conversation with Cherie Holder in regards to a conversation she had with Monica and Dawan Ferguson one evening. Did Cherie ever come to you about a conversation that she had with Dawan and Monica in regards to Christian?
No.
Did Cherie ever come to you at any time and tell you that Monica and Dawan confessed to killing Christian to you?
No.
How do you know that did not happen?
Well, she didn't know who they were at that time when she was employed at the Avenue.
But I'm saying, how are you certain that you didn't have that conversation with Cherie?
How I'm certain I didn't?
Yeah.
Oh, I know I didn't have a conversation with her.
Okay.
There's no way I would hold that type of information.
Okay. Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Hi, Ms. Willis.
Hi.
So you indicated you did work with Cherie Holder
That's correct. I hired her as a part-time associate.
for several months,
Mm-hmm.
and Cherie worked with Monica.
That's correct.
And Cherie reported to you sexual harassment involving Dawan and Monica, correct?
That's correct.
And she indicated how they were pursuing her for a three-way relationship.
That's correct.
And she told you about how they were dropping off lingerie and sex toys,
That's correct.
and that it was reported to corporate.
That's correct.
Were you friendly with Cherie?
Friendly as...
Did you get along with her?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes. She was good. Good girl.
Were you closer with Cherie or with Monica?
Cherie.
And the two of them knew each other.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No.
Our witness may be released.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. All right, you The defense may call the second witness.
Call Monica Mitchell.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. Well, can you come on up? You just stop right about there and raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the information you are about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Go ahead and take a seat right here. Once you get comfortable, if you just spell your name for my reporter, thank you.
It's Monica, Monica, Mitchell, Mitchell.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Mitchell, was there a time where you lived with Dawan Ferguson?
Yes.
Okay. And what addresses did you live with him at?
St. Vincent and, it's in Northwoods. I can't think of the name of the street. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Northwoods.
Did you live with him on an address called Sylvan?
No.
You did not.
We didn't. When he lived at St. Vincent, I lived on Sylvan.
Okay. Is there a time where he moved into Sylvan?
Yes.
Okay. And when you all moved together, did his children move in with you as well?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that, Christian and then Connor?
Yes.
When you lived with Dawan and the boys, did you ever see Dawan administer food and medication to Christian?
I was not present every time he did that.
Okay.
No.
But there were times that you did see it happen?
Very seldom.
Okay.
Once, maybe.
Okay. And with Christian, Christian had the coma in January of 2001, correct?
I'm not sure if it was a coma. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
But he had an incident where he was in the hospital
Yes.
for a period of time.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
After that happened, was there additional help that came in the house?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And what was the additional help that came in the house?
Nurses, I believe they were nurses to come and monitor him, to give his food, things like that.
Okay. And when the nurses would be in the home, where would you typically be?
I wouldn't interfere with them. I let them do whatever they needed to do. I would be caring for the other 3 children. So
Now, did you and Dawan have an open relationship?
the last several years of our marriage, yes.
Okay. And can you explain what that means?
That meant that he was free to date whoever he wanted to, and so was I.
Okay. At one time, were you employed at the Avenue?
Yes, I was.
And when did you work there?
I don't know exactly the year. I know I worked more than a year, less than 2. I can't tell you the exact year that I started.
Did you work at a location at Clock Tower?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did you work at that location?
Probably 8, 9 months, probably. I couldn't tell you right off. I can't tell you exactly.
And who was the store manager when you worked there?
Sonia.
And was she always the store manager when you worked there?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you get to work?
Got dropped off by the defendant, Mr. Ferguson.
Okay. And would he pick you up?
Yes.
Okay. And would there be times when he would come inside the store?
No.
So was there ever a time when he dropped you off or picked you up, he'd be in the store for?
No. He just dropped me off and left.
Okay. Did you have a co-worker at the store by the name of Cherie Holder?
That name's not familiar to me.
Okay. Do you know anyone by the name of Santana Contreras?
No, I don't.
Okay. Going into the night of June 10th into June 11th of 2003, the day before Christian went missing, was he alive?
Yes.
I know it's been about almost 20 years now, but do you recall that day or night going into June 10th into June 11th of 2003, anyone mentioning to you something about Christian's G button?
No.
Had you ever seen his G button come out before?
I know that it did because his father would put it back in.
Okay. Going into the night, again, on June 10th to June 11th of 2003, did you see or hear anything unusual that night in the house?
No, I did not.
Okay. That night, did everyone go to bed at their normal times?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And what time, if you can recall, that you woke up the next morning?
I woke up because of a phone call, and I'm not sure exactly what time it was because I didn't look at the clock.
Okay. And who called you?
Mr. Ferguson.
In your relationship with Dawan, had you ever seen him drink or use drugs?
No.
Monica, there's been testimony here today that you and Dawan confessed to murdering Christian to a woman named Cherie Holder.
Your Honor, I'm going to object as she is asking this witness to comment on other witnesses' testimony. It's not proper.
Response?
I can change the question.
Also saying the objection, I don't necessarily know if you were seeking a comment. You were just setting the groundwork to ask a question, correct?
Correct.
Why don't you rephrase it then?
Yeah. Monica, have you ever been part of a conversation where I'll rephrase, has there ever been a time where you and Dawan were in a woman's apartment and confessed to murdering Christian?
Never.
Had you ever heard Dawan confess to murdering Christian?
No.
And how can you be certain that that never happened?
I can't because I wasn't present. If it happened, I was not present.
But I'm saying in front of you.
Never. No.
Okay. The night that Christian was sick into the next morning, on June 11th of 2003, was Christian taken into another room and killed by yourself and Dawan?
No.
Would there be times as a family where you all would maybe go out to eat or go do things?
Yes.
Okay. Was there ever a time when you would leave any of the children behind?
No.
Was there ever a time when you would leave Christian home alone?
No.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
Can I have just one moment, Your Honor? Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Mitchell.
Good morning.
You lived in that household with Dawan Ferguson, right?
Yes,
You lived in the basement primarily in that house, correct?
he did.
You just testified for the defense here for Ms. Steele. And on that, you did admit that you did not see Dawan feed Christian very often, correct?
Correct.
You've told a couple variations of stories with how that night went. You told the police at the time that you did not see Dawan all night. However, you told Mr. Goldstein that he woke you up in the middle of the night.
He woke me up on a phone call. He woke me up to let me know that Christian wasn't feeling well and that he was going to watch him. And if he got worse, he'd take him to the hospital. And that was the last that we spoke to each other.
You deny knowing anybody by the name Cherie Holder.
That name's not familiar to me.
However, when you were talking with Ron Goldstein, you said, it's possible we could have had a conversation with her. It's possible because we had an open marriage. Everyone knew that.
That's not what I said about her. I don't recognize her name. I don't recognize it.
You deny knowing anything about the G button being missing.
Did I deny it?
You were just asked by Ms. Steele, and you said that you never noticed his G button being missing that day.
But I didn't see Christian that day.
Did Connor come up to you and tell you that the G button was missing?
I don't remember that. I don't remember that conversation, no.
So when I'm looking back here, you're denying having a conversation with Cherie Holder where the implication is that Christian was dead because of actions by you and Dawan. You're denying even knowing who Cherie Holder is. You're denying the allegation that Connor told you about the G button being removed.
Connor probably told his father because when we were living at St. Vincent, he would pull his G button out, and the nurses knew that. And they didn't know how to put it in, so they would go to Mr. Ferguson to ask him how to do it.
Would you agree with me that your memory and statements about who may or may not be responsible from this seems to be pretty favorable to you?
No, it's been 20-something years.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No.
All right, thank you. The witness may be released.
Yeah.
All right, you may step down, taking her. All right, defense may call the next witness.
Special Agent Liza Ludovico.
Hello, Special Agent. I think you know your way up there. And keep your raise your right hand again. You do solemnly swear that the information you're about to utter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but up to the self. Thank you, Judge. Proceed. You may begin.
Thank you. Hello again.
Good afternoon.
Just briefly, Special Agent Ludovico, in the course of your investigation, did you happen to interview someone by the name of Deshonda Linwood?
I did.
Okay. And did you interview her more than once?
I did.
And in your interview with Deshonda, did you speak with her in regards to Christian Ferguson?
I did.
Okay. In that interview with Deshonda Linwood, did she ever describe to you Christian's appearance?
I don't think so, but I'd have to review the report just to be sure.
Would you like to refresh your recollection? Okay. May I approach?
I'm going to read the whole thing because you're asking about appearance. Okay, right, just quickly. Yes, thank you.
So, after reviewing that, was there ever a conversation with DeShonda Linwood in regards to Christian's appearance, his body appearance at all?
Doesn't appear I asked.
Okay.
So answer no.
And that's in both interviews?
That would be correct.
And you did speak with her about events of the night, I think June 10th into June 11th, of Christian's disappearance, correct?
I did.
And there was a conversation about her getting up at a certain time and what she might have observed, correct?
Correct.
In this interview with DeShonda, was there any mention about seeing Dawan when she woke up in the middle of the night?
Not according to that interview, no.
Okay. So, was there any mention about her seeing Dawan in the middle of the night, cradling a blanket with what appeared to be a body in it?
No.
One moment, Judge. Also, in the course of your investigation, you spoke with a then Connor Ferguson, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And this is another where you need to refresh your recollection.
I believe so.
May I approach?
You may.
Thank you. Welcome. Oops.
Is your recollection correct?
Thank you. Yes.
That interview that you did with then Connor Ferguson, if you look at the date, was just some months later.
I looked at the day, it was November of 2003.
Correct. So, way closer in time than it is here today, correct?
Yes.
And when you spoke with then Connor, you spoke with him about the night into the morning of Christian's disappearance and what he might have observed and seen?
Yes.
Okay. Was there, did Connor mention anything to you about his brother Christian being taken out of the room and hearing some struggling sounds or anything else in the living room or kitchen?
He did speak of him being taken out of the room.
Okay. But what about some sounds that sound like choking or struggling sound?
He spoke of moaning in that report.
Okay. But I'm saying about any choking sounds and then a whimper?
Specifically, that's not documented in the report.
Okay. And the conversation that you had with DeShonda, the two that you had, those were in 2000, one was in 2003 and then one was in 2004, correct?
I didn't stare at the dates on those, but that probably sounds about right.
And again, those interviews way closer in time than we are here today.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Cross-examination. You may. Ms. Smith, you may proceed with your questions.
Thank you. Agent Ludovico, Ms. Steele just asked you about your second interview with Deshonda, correct? Yes. Okay. And when you went to speak with her that second time, at that point, did you have more information about what potentially had happened? Yes. And was Deshonda on that second attempt to speak with her, was she recalcitrant to speak with you?
Yes, she was not cooperative.
And in fact, what did she tell you when you initially tried to begin the interview with her?
She said that I had to speak with her family lawyer and that she essentially did not wish to speak with me.
But then she did speak with you, correct?
I wedged in a clarifying question on one issue that I wished to speak with her about, but did not get to speak about anything additional.
And were you attempting to speak with additional things with her?
Yes.
Now, is Monica Ferguson the mother of Deshonda?
Yes.
I have nothing further on it.
Thank you. Redirect.
Yeah.
Agent Ludovico, when you spoke with Deshonda the first time in October of 2003, where did you speak with her at?
I believe I spoke with her at her school.
Okay. And her mom was not present for that interview, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And when you spoke with her at the school, you talked to her about, like I said, you wanted to know about the event she might have observed or seen June 10th into June 11th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So this wasn't done at a family home or anything like that, this interview?
No.
Okay. And when you talked to her the first time at the school, did she mention anything about talking to an attorney? Or did you talk to a lawyer?
Not the first time.
Okay. Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Witness may be released. You may sit down. Thank you. Safe travels.
Thank you.
Any further witnesses? You may call your next witness.
The defense would call Mr. Dawan Ferguson.
Okay. Hello, sir. Come on in. You Mr. Dupree? All right, welcome. Come on up. You just come right here. Let's get your right hand. You do solemnly swear to give you you're about to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yeah? All right, correct. You can see here, make so comfortable. Once you get settled in, you can spell your name for the story, please.
Creed.
Okay. And sir, make sure you answer yes or no before the order might take down.
Okay, yes, sir.
Great, thank you. All right, whenever you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name again for the jury?
Dawan Dupree,
And how old are you today?
29,
And how are you employed?
self-employed,
All right. How old were you back in June of 2003?
10,
During that summer of 2003, where were you going during the day?
day count,
Day camp? What hours did you attend the day camp?
6 to 5:30, 6 a.m. to 5.
Where was that day camp located?
I believe North England Page.
Sir, can you move that microphone a little bit over so we can hear you better? No, the other way. There you go.
Yes, sir. Got
Thank you.
You said it was near Stinker and Page?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you go to day camp on the morning of June 11th, 2003?
Yes, ma'am.
Who took you to camp that day?
My mom,
What time did she drop you off?
6 a.m.
Going back to that day, did you see something memorable?
The truck taking off, only thing I've seen.
The truck taking off?
Mm-hmm.
So you said a truck taking off. Can you describe the vehicle a little bit more?
Rude SUV.
What was it?
I'm a rude SUV.
Okay. May I approach?
Okay.
This photo is already entered into evidence. It states Exhibit 14.
you may, but I messed up with the, had moved it, sorry.
How certain are you that you saw that SUV drive off that morning?
I'm positive I seen it.
Could you see who was driving it?
No,
Did you see that SUV later again somewhere?
on the news.
And how sure are you that the SUV that you saw later on the news is the same one that you saw drive off that
I'm
morning?
sure.
And do you know the defendant, Mr. Dawan Ferguson?
No.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Would you take that off for me, please? All right, thank you. Cross-examination? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dupree.
Good afternoon.
You just testified that you saw a maroon truck driving off from daycare that day, correct?
Mm-hmm.
How old were you then?
10.
10? It's funny that you said that you saw a maroon truck because when you were deposed, you said it was a car that you couldn't describe speeding off. You were interviewed by the police.
Hold on a second. Well, yeah, what was that? If you wish to impeach, you may want to visit with him about his deposition.
Sure, Your Honor.
So objection sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, that question as well as the answer be stricken from the record, and please disregard it. So why don't you start over with that, please?
Do you remember coming to the conference room in my office a couple weeks ago?
Yes, I remember you.
And do you remember defense counsel asking you about what you observed that day?
That was after that day. I mean, after that happened. It was another car that was parked.
Yeah.
That's the car I was talking about.
Sir, listen, he asked you a question about you recall being at his office.
Oh, yeah.
So let him go and ask the next question. Go ahead.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you.
25, 11, and 12.
Okay.
You see right down here, 25. Just read it quietly to yourself. And then move up here to the 25. And you see where it ends at around -6 or 7. What he's saying, I thought he was saying anything.
Hold on 1 second, sir. Wait for the next question. Okay?
I'm going to read this aloud and just tell me if I've read it accurately. I don't remember the car. I remember the car, but I ain't talking about the parked car. I'm talking about another car that drove off on the lot after it happened. We didn't see him get kidnapped, but I'm just saying, like you see a car driving fast that's across the street. Did I read that accurately?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You were interviewed by the police when you were 10 years old. Do you remember that?
Yeah, but not the conversation.
You never told them that you saw that.
No, I don't remember. No, I don't remember that.
You met with Ron Goldstein from my office. You never told him about it.
I don't remember that.
And you actually met with me and Ron Goldstein a couple months ago, and you never told me or Ron Goldstein about that.
About what?
Seeing a car speed away fast.
That's the SUV I was talking about. I call a lot of cars.
My question to you is, you never told me or Mr. Goldstein about a car speeding off, correct?
I don't remember that.
The first time we ever heard about this was actually in the deposition when Miss Steele was sitting right across from you. I want to ask you a question. Do you have a brother by the name Javon Dupree?
Objection relevant.
It goes to the witness's credibility, Your Honor.
Approach, please. Thank you. Anything else? All right, I'm sorry. Anything else? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. You're free to go. Okay, yes, sir. Have a good day. You too. Have a good day. All right. You may call the defense's next witness, please.
John Rogers.
All right. You go ahead, sir. You're free to go. You may. You're free to take your stretch break right now. Thank you. All right, if everyone be seated, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. I apologize for that. But time to time, things keep coming. The court again reminds you of what you were told at the first recess of the court. Remember, don't discuss this case among yourselves with others. Don't permit anyone to discuss it in your hearing. Don't do any research. Don't form or express any opinion until it's finally given to you to decide. Don't communicate with others about the case by any means. And don't look at any newspaper, radio, electronic communication from the internet or television report from of the trial. Thank you. We'll get you back in as quickly as we can. All right, thank you. Mr. Rogers now, I understand? Hello, Mr. Rogers. Sorry to keep you waiting so long. Welcome. If you know the drill, if you'll raise your hand, if you solemnly swear that the information you'll talk about will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you for taking a seat. Here, make yourself comfortable. And I believe the reporter knows how to explain it. Thank you. Just tell them you're busy. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Good afternoon. My name is John Rogers.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a criminal defense attorney
And how long have you been a practicing attorney?
for 29 years,
And what states are you licensed in?
both Missouri and Illinois.
And Mr. Rogers, how many jury trials have you conducted?
Approximately 150.
And how many depositions have you conducted in your career?
Tough to say exactly, somewhere close to 1,000, I would estimate.
And does that number include deposing or speaking with children?
Yes.
When you are deposing or speaking with children, do you use any special protocols?
Seminars that I've attended and experience tells me that the less confrontational or threatening you are to a child, the more information you tend to elicit. So they tend to be, those depositions tend to be on the friendlier side.
And why do you do that?
Because during the course of a deposition, you're trying to create an environment where you get truthful information and as much information as you possibly can.
Do you do anything else to make sure that a child you're speaking to is comfortable speaking with you?
Yeah, I mean, you can ask them questions about their comfort, and you would also, you would ask them a number of questions. You try to create an environment where they're comfortable. Sometimes family members are allowed to be present in the deposition. Sometimes victims' advocates from the prosecuting attorney's office are permitted to be in the depositions. People that are comfortable or create an environment that makes the child comfortable.
With your training and experience, if you feel a child is not comfortable speaking with you, what do you do?
A number of different things. You can certainly terminate the deposition, or oftentimes you proceed through the deposition anyway and try to get as much information as you possibly can. Those are the two options, of course.
And did you, in March of 2007, happen to have a sworn interview of then Connor Ferguson?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And who brought then Connor Ferguson to you?
At the time, the legal custodian pursuant to the court was John Steffen and Dawan Ferguson. So Dawan Ferguson produced Connor voluntarily and brought him to my office for a sworn statement.
And what was the purpose of the conversation with then Connor?
I was aware of a change in a custodial relationship. It was called to my attention that Connor was going to be transferred through the court system back to the custody of his mother. Her first name was Theda. Her last name, I think at the time, was Wilson. I had suspected that Theda would attempt to manipulate Connor into testifying in a way inconsistently that he had previously disclosed information. So I wanted to memorialize that with a court reporter present in the event that the change of custody produced a change in what had previously been reported to my investigators and to law enforcement.
And when you spoke with then Connor, where did you have this conversation?
Right across the street. The address of my law firm at the time was 120 South Central Avenue in the lobby of the PNC building right as you walk out the courtroom doors.
Okay. And was anyone present when you had the conversation with then Connor?
Myself, of course, the court reporter that was memorializing and transcribing the conversation, and Dawana Ferguson was also present in the room.
And where was Dawana Ferguson when you say in the room? What room were you in? Sorry.
Yeah, my office at the time had, of course, a desk. Connor was sitting across from me. Court reporter was sitting in a chair back behind Connor, and Dawana was sitting in a couch that I had several feet away in my office.
And when you met with then Connor, did you go over any type of rules or guidelines with you trying to get information?
Sure. At the beginning of every deposition, you want to make sure that the record is clear and that you're gathering information that is truthful information from the person that you're speaking to. So I started out my conversation with Connor in the same way that I start out normal depositions. You understand what the truth is. It's important, especially when you're dealing with younger people. You don't want them guessing or speculating during the course of the deposition. So I would have and did explain to Connor I don't want him guessing. And then finally I gave Connor permission to correct me. If my questions were not understandable to him, I would have defined that it's my job to make my questions articulate and understandable to a person of your age. So if I'm speaking over your head or in a confusing way, let me know, and it's my job to rephrase my question so you understand it and are able to answer it truthfully.
And do you recall at the time of this conversation how old then Connor was?
I think he was approximately 12 years old.
And you may have covered this. When you spoke with then Connor, did you go over what the difference is between the truth and the lie?
I did.
Okay. And what's your reason for doing that?
I think I went over it several times just to make sure that I'm getting truthful information from him, that nobody told him what to tell me, and that he knew that he was under oath and what the oath meant. And so I went through that on several occasions, I recall.
Did you let then Connor know that he did or didn't have to speak with you?
I did.
Okay. And was it a decision on his own that he wanted to speak with you?
I can't speak for Connor. I can tell you my observation is he showed no signs of distress when I was questioning him. There was no resistance. We had a conversation off the record about him being relieved that he wasn't in school. He got taken out of school, and he was able to come and instead of going to school, come and have a conversation with me. He was not reluctant whatsoever.
So based on the conversation you had with him before he went on the record, did you feel comfortable speaking with him?
I did, absolutely.
Okay. Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. I'm going to show you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 10. Take a look at that and tell me if you recognize this document.
I do. This is the sworn statement that I took of Connor Ferguson, March 12, 2007.
And did you get a chance to review this before you came here today?
Yes, ma'am.
And does this appear to be a fair and accurate representation of that conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
And it looks like you used a court reporter service called Midwest Litigation.
Yes,
And is that a court reporting service that you would use frequently?
it is.
The 491 hearing that was held.
All right. Any objection? All right. Seeing no objection, State's Exhibit 10 shall be admitted in evidence. Now, it is my understanding that you want to go over the statement, you and Mr. Rogers, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And do you have copies of the transcript that you would like to provide? Do you need my bailiff to help you? Jen, would you hand those out for us, please? Thank you.
Your Honor, just for the record, this is the defendant's exhibit. I think you said states.
I'm sorry, Defendant's Exhibit 10, my apologies. Defendant's Exhibit 10 shall be admitted in evidence. And then, counsel, my reporter's not going to take this down because we have the transcript, correct?
Sure.
Okay. That's fine, Your Honor. All right. Can you get that? So my understanding, Ms. Steele, Mr. Rogers is going to play himself in this scenario, and you're going to play Connor. Is that correct? All right. So, Mr. Rogers, you started the question, so you may proceed. And I guess it's on page 1, right?
Judge, it's on page 4, actually. There is the,
Oh, I'm sorry.
the prequel deals with the administration of the oath and the location of the deposition.
Okay, you're right. I'm sorry. Yeah, page 4. Begin there, and we start with my name. So go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Connor, my name is John Rogers. As you know, I'm an attorney. I represent your father, Dawan Ferguson, in connection with an abduction of your brother, Christian Ferguson, that took place in June of 2003. You understand that?
Yes.
What you just did is you just swore an oath to tell the truth. You know the difference between a truth and a lie, don't you?
Yes.
And you promised under oath to tell the truth today. Will you agree to do that?
Yes.
If, I want to make sure that you understand this, you're under no obligation to be here. You are here of your own free will, right?
Yes.
Then if you don't know the answer to any of my questions here today, just tell me, I don't know. Would you agree to do that?
Yes.
You understand that you are not here to guess at any of the questions I am asking. I'm here to ask you questions so that we can memorialize what you in fact remember from June 11, 2003 in that time period. Okay?
Okay.
All right. If you don't understand any of my questions, you can feel free to say, hey, John, I didn't understand what you mean. It's my job to make sure I'm clear to you. Got it?
Yes.
All right. One final thing. This interview that you and I are in the middle of is being transcribed by a court reporter. You can hear her typing the words that I'm saying, can't you?
Yes.
And also, she is typing your responses in a shorthand code. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You don't have a problem with that, do you?
No.
All right. You are in the custody of Dawana and John Steffen. Right now, you are living with them, aren't you?
Yes.
Did they force you to come down here and speak to me in any way?
No.
And even though we talked about you got off of school today, and that's a nice benefit, that's not the reason you are here. You are here to tell me the truth about what happened and what you recall.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Excuse me. Let's go back in time. How old are you now? You're 12?
Yes.
And in June of 2003, you were 8 or 9?
7 or 8.
7 or 8. Who, at some point, you were living in a house at an address at 3727 Sylvan in Pine Lawn, weren't you?
Yes.
Do you remember living on Sylvan Street?
Yes.
When your brother Christian was living with you?
Yes.
Can you tell me who all was in the home?
Yes. My 2 stepsisters, Deshonda and Tia.
What are their last names?
Rondaville. I don't know Deshonda's last name.
Okay.
And then my stepmom, Monica, and my dad and brother. Dawan Ferguson is my dad, and Christian Ferguson is my brother.
Back when you were living on Sylvan Street before Christian disappeared, how old was Christian? Do you remember?
He was always a year older than me, so he was probably 8 or 9.
Can you tell me, generally speaking, what kind of household you guys were? Was it a good life? Was it a good life, or was it difficult because of a lot of fighting? Kind of give me your opinion on how.
Well, yes, brothers and sisters do fight, and that was exactly what me and Tia and Deshonda sometimes were doing. But other than that, it was pretty good.
Did your father, Dawan, and Monica fight very much?
No.
Did you ever hear, when you were 7 or 8 in 2003, did you ever hear your dad and Monica fight about whether or not it was smart to keep Christian in the home?
No.
They never did?
No.
Did your dad take care of Christian as far as you can tell?
Yes.
He fed him, took care of his physical needs while he was living on Sylvan?
Yeah.
Did Monica pitch in and help with Christian?
Yeah.
Did you ever help with your brother Christian?
Yes.
Tell me who shared a room in this home on Sylvan.
Tia and Deshonda had their own rooms, and me and Christian shared a room, and my dad and my stepmom shared a room downstairs in the basement.
The case, you understand that the news media has printed a lot of information about Christian's disappearance.
Yes.
Have you seen any of that?
Yes, I did see this one newspaper that my mom just recently printed about Christian's situation and how she thought that my dad had something to do with his disappearance. Yeah, and about the tea incident that just happened between me and my grandma.
Between you and your girl?
My grandma.
Okay, what is that incident?
I was having an attitude, and I was bringing some salt stuff for the ice, for the snow up the steps, and I was walking funny. And so my grandma told me to stop walking funny, and I didn't hear her, and I put the bag down on the thing, and she came up, and she told me not to get an attitude with her, and then she threw tea in my face.
When did this happen?
A couple of years ago.
Okay, you didn't get a couple weeks ago?
No. Well, a couple of weeks ago, sorry.
That's okay. Okay, you didn't get burned or anything, did you?
No.
Okay, let's go back to 2003. In June of 2003, you said you were 7 years old.
Yes.
The night before Christian disappeared, the night before your dad took him to the hospital, was there any conversation in the home where you heard anybody expressing any problems with Christian?
No.
Did you observe anything out of the ordinary with respect to Christian the night before he was taken to the hospital?
Nobody did anything to him, but his button was missing, the button that you feed him.
Okay. Do you know, did you say to your dad, hey, Dad, his feeding tube seems to be out?
Yes. Monica was in the hall folding clothes, and I told her, and she said she knew, and she kept on folding clothes. And I looked in my room for the button, and I couldn't find it. And so I went downstairs, and I told my dad, and he said, I don't know what he said. And I came back upstairs and started looking for it, and then I fell asleep.
Do you know about what time you went to sleep that night?
Probably 7 or 8.
Do you know if your dad or Monica replaced his feeding tube and fed him that evening?
I don't know.
Is it possible that his feeding tube was replaced and he was fed after you went to sleep?
I don't know if it's possible or not. I don't know if you had to go to the doctor and put it in or something like that.
Okay. It would be fair to say, though, you didn't hear anybody feeding. You didn't hear your dad feeding Connor via the feeding tube that night.
No, but I did that night when I was not asleep, just peeking through my bed. I saw them take Christian into another room, to the TV room, and he started moaning louder, and then they brought him back in and put him in the bed with me in his room.
Do you know, did you hear them talking about his health?
No.
While you were observing and listening?
No.
Do you know what time it was in the evening or early morning hours of June 2003, June 11, 2003? Do you know what time of the evening or morning they took him from your room?
No, but it was probably between 3 and 5 because the sky was still kind of dark.
So it was starting to get light a little bit.
Yes.
How long do you think he was outside of your room that morning?
I don't know, probably 5 to 10 minutes.
And then they brought him back?
Yes.
What happened after they brought him back?
Probably an hour later, they came back in and took one of his covers and put it inside the car, and then took him and put him in the car, and took another of his covers and put inside the car, and my dad drove off.
How do you know the covers they took, they put in the car?
Because I saw my dad take them.
From where you were in bed, could you see your dad when he was outside the home?
No, I could see him take the covers out of the room.
Out of the room?
Yes.
You don't really have any. You weren't able to see exactly what he did with the covers. You are assuming he took them to the car. Fair enough?
Yes.
Was your dad mad when he was taking Christian to the car?
Not that I know.
Did he mention to Monica, his wife, where he was taking Christian?
Not that I know of.
You say he was taking him to the hospital. How did you learn your dad was taking Christian to the hospital?
Because in the news it said that he was taking him to the hospital, and he stopped at a payphone, and he left Christian in the car along with the keys, and somebody got inside the car and drove off.
Okay, but you never talked to your dad about this?
No.
When Christian disappeared, did you speak to the police officers?
Yes.
Were you interviewed by the police officers?
That morning I went inside my stepsister Deshonda's room, and Monica, Tia, and Deshonda were up watching the news. And I was like, where's Christian and my dad? And they said they didn't know. So I went inside the TV room where the reporters and the police officers and stuff were, and they asked questions.
What did they ask? Some of the same questions I asked?
Yes.
Do you remember what you told them?
No, I don't remember what they asked or I told them.
You didn't see your dad drive off with Christian in the car, did you?
Yeah, I saw. I didn't see exactly who was in the car, but I saw from out my window the car driving up the hill.
Okay, describe that car for me.
It was, I don't know if it was an Explorer Expedition, but it was maroonish.
Okay, did you ever see your father mistreat Christian?
No.
Did you ever see your father withhold food from Christian as punishment?
No.
Did you ever see your father, Dawan Ferguson, strike Christian in any way?
No.
Did you ever see Dawan Ferguson threaten Christian verbally or yell at him?
No.
What is your opinion of what kind of care your dad provided for Christian based on what you saw?
He provided the best care for my brother, and he didn't want him to go inside an institution or any other place, or the hospital mostly, where he was supposed to stay there for, his life.
Was there some talk among family members about that you witnessed where they were trying to get him to put Christian in a home?
No.
Have you had any contact with your father, Dawan Ferguson, since the day Christian disappeared?
Yes. Sometimes. It's rare, but yes. Sometimes he comes over to run errands for my grandma and grandpa, and I see him for a couple of minutes, and I say hi and hug him, and I say some jokes to him.
You have not been allowed to go anywhere with just the two of you, have you?
No.
And you are currently living with who?
My grandma and grandpa, John and Dewana Stephan, and my aunt and uncle, John and Nora Stephan.
All right. And Dewana is your father's mother, your grandmother, right?
Yes.
Has your dad ever talked to you about the details of what happened that day, the early morning when Christian disappeared?
No, or anything else like that, or drastic, or anything like that.
What's your mother's name?
Theda Thomas. Her maiden name is Wilson.
And she is married to who?
Victor Thomas.
And she has asked you a number of questions regarding what you observed in the hours before Christian's disappearance, I would assume.
Yes.
What did you tell her?
I told her that I came inside his room and I found that his button was not there on him, and there was a drop of blood right next to where it was supposed to be. And I looked around the room for it and couldn't find it. And so I went out in the hall where Monica was folding clothes, and I told her that it was missing, and she said she already knew. And so she kept on folding clothes, and I went back in there, and I looked for it again, and I went downstairs to tell my dad, and I don't know what he said. And I came back upstairs, and I started looking for it again, and I couldn't find it. So after a while, I went to sleep.
Now, your mom, you understand your mother, Theda Thomas, has spoken to the media on numerous occasions, correct?
Yes.
Have you seen her on the news?
I don't know. I remember hearing my friends saying that they saw her on the news and at some places in fundraisers. One of the fundraisers to help Christian and stuff.
Did she ever show you any news articles where she is telling people in the media what she thinks happened to your brother?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
No problem. Did you ever see any newspaper articles or any paperwork where she has given an interview to the media and she wanted you to see what her theory was about concerning what happened to Christian?
I saw a newspaper article in the American newspaper, and it was talking about Christian's disappearance and how she thought that my dad had something to do with his disappearance, and just recently the tea incident.
Do you think your dad had anything to do with Christian's disappearance?
No.
Are you ready to go live with your mom? Are you getting ready to go live with your mom? Do you know?
Yes, tomorrow.
How do you feel about that?
I'm excited because I haven't really lived with her since I was 3.
Okay. Is there any information about that day that your father took Christian to the car, any details that I haven't asked you about?
No.
Has your mom ever threatened to have your dad arrested or tried to put words in your mouth or anything with respect to the events that we have talked about today?
She hasn't put words in my mouth, but she has talked about how she thinks that my dad had something to do with the disappearance. I don't remember how exactly I found out, but I think she told me that one time my dad took a credit card or something from somebody in the family and used it, and that's why he went to jail instead of the Christian thing.
Does your mom say bad things about your dad a lot?
No, just those. Yeah, she does. Because she really doesn't like him that much, and she didn't want him to have us or my grandma or grandpa.
Do you have, so you have had visitation with her over the years a whole lot, haven't you?
Yes.
Does she spend any part of those visitations saying bad things about your dad and your grandparents?
Not anymore since the recent hour in supervised visitation, but she used to. When I went over there for 6 hours over at her house, she used to talk about things that he did, and some of the stuff turned out not to be true that she told the police.
What were those things, do you remember?
No, just the Christian thing that turned out not to be true.
Okay, thanks for coming in. I wanted to get some of these statements down. Have you and I ever spoken before today?
Not that I know of.
And all the information that you conveyed to me was truthful, wasn't it?
Yes.
There is no secret information that you're holding out on me, is there?
No.
Nothing further than.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So just a few questions for you. Lynn, then Connor was 12 at the time of this interview, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was taken in your office,
Correct.
and the only person present other than yourself, a court reporter, and now Lynn, was his grandmother, is that correct?
It is.
Was his grandfather present, John Steffen?
No.
And the grandmother, just to be clear, Dawan Steffen, is not Theda's mom. That was Dawan Ferguson's mom.
You're right.
And there was nobody else from our office present, correct?
Nobody from your office was present.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any questions?
No.
Mr. Rogers may be released, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Have a good day. All right. And still, while the bailiff collects the transcript copies from the jurors, do you have any other witnesses, any other evidence?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Does the defense rest? All right. Thank
Yes,
you.
Your Honor.
All right. Does the state have, and I will, let me just ask real fast, does the state have any rebuttal evidence?
I believe so, Your Honor.
All right. So, will you guys approach for me, please? All right. So you're going to check on your witness? Yes, I can. Sure.
Your Honor, the state calls Ron Goldstein to the stand.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Goldstein, come on in. Hello, sir. Do you solemnly swear that the information you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, something like that. But take a seat, make yourself comfortable. Could you just spell your last name for the reporter, please? You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Ron Goldstein.
And what was your most previous employment?
2 months ago, I retired as the Chief Criminal Investigator of the St. Louis County Prosecutor's Office.
And are you currently a part-time employee for the time being?
I am.
And it's still as an investigator role?
Yes.
Did you assist in the investigation of this case against Dawan Ferguson?
I did.
And did you have occasion to interview an individual by the name of Dawan Dupree?
I did.
Did you meet with him once, twice, or more than once?
3 times.
When you spoke with Mr. Dupree, did you ask him about the events of the early morning hours of June 11th of 2003?
I did.
And did you ask him about everything he had observed during that time period?
Yes.
At any point during your interviews with Mr. Dupree, did he ever tell you that he saw a red SUV speeding away from the scene?
No.
Did he ever tell you that he saw a vehicle at all speed away from the scene?
No.
And you asked him about everything he observed that day?
I did.
And what was the only thing that he told you he observed at the scene that day?
He observed a goldish brown vehicle parked on Odomont in the rear of the day camp building that he attended that he had not seen before that morning, ever before.
So the only vehicle he told you he ever remembers seeing from that morning is the tan gold Malibu.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
No question.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Goldstein, you may step down. Thank you. State have any further rebuttal evidence?
No, Your Honor.
The state rests.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any further evidence? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, our work here is done for the day. What we're going to do now is the attorneys and I are going to work on the jury instructions. So I'll ask tomorrow morning that you come in at 9:45 a.m. We intend to get here much earlier than that and try to get everything put together. And then when you come in, once we get started, I will read you instructions, and then you'll hear the attorney's closing arguments, and then the case will be given to you to go back and deliberate and decide, okay? So come in at 9:45 a.m. tomorrow, but give us a little leeway if I don't get you right out right away. I'm hoping to have everything done by then, okay? All right, so the court again reminds you of what you were told at the first recess of the court. Until you retire to consider your verdict, you must not discuss this case among yourselves or with others, or permit anyone to discuss it in your hearing. You should not form or express any opinion about the case until it is finally given to you to decide. Do not do any research or investigation on your own about any matter regarding this case or anyone involved with the trial. Do not communicate with others about the case by any means. Do not read, view, or listen to any newspaper, radio, electronic communication from the internet, or television report of the trial. And again, thank you for your service, and thank you again for your patience. Have a good evening. Be safe. We'll see you in the morning at 9:45. Thank you.